Boba. Alright. Alright. I wanted to. Oh, I see someone who's. Hmm. Oh, I forgot my timers. Telling you, I'm just out of it. Fuck. Gato. Pancake. Study time. Book. Alright. Try to see if I can figure out how to. What do you mean? There's a guy who literally put on Reddit the exercise. Oh, auxiliary. Where'd you get in the roulette for today? This is the solution they suggested. 20 rolls and nothing, so same. Yeah, 20 rolls and SR's insight. Gotcha pin comeback. Gotcha pin, why do you not trigger twice in a row? Yeah, I'm probably not gonna get much. I like Spark. Pretty sure I used all my YOLO luck on that 110 pull on the flash. That one free 10 pull on the flash before it left. Yeah, I'm curious to see how. Because, like, so far, the two videos, right? That's kind of funny. Like, I hadn't hopped onto Discord yet, but when I woke up, well, when I turned on my computer, I looked at YouTube, it was like front and center, the same video. I had it on the time. I was watching it. The two times I've seen it, well, one, it's been a Hades grid, but two, they've both used it with Vikala, who her buff gives like increased charge bar gain. And I think that with like if you use Kengo, like it's not like absolutely necessary, but I'm kind of curious how she plays without that buff. Yeah, but he's using a four. How would you? No, I'm not gonna do this because like it still kind of proves my point that the MOC kind of just tosses you in the deep end there with like some of their final questions without really teaching you properly leading up to it. Because like this entire case is like from someone who knows what they're doing, this makes sense, right? Like they can probably figure it out and they know how to do it with all the do the length squared and all this stuff, and then doing a for loop. But like the course doesn't teach you that, and that's a huge negative in my opinion for the course. But to be fair, the MIT course also does. Just it's getting a bit more egregious on the MOC. Like I don't understand like why it's such a huge jump. I'm gonna ignore this. Worry about it later. Go to part four. Oh, he's schmoving. He's schmoving. I'm not gonna lie. I definitely didn't look up just today how to like capture the see there's a way to capture the whole thing, but it's fine. Sorry, taking a second to open Twitch on my phone. I can see the stream. Then I got sidetracked. Who said you? I guess because I turned off data collection. It gets a little wonky with it. Yeah, he's does not care to learn. Let's see. Better visual. Word or notepad? Awful. I do have Visual Studio Code like installed on my computer. I just, 'cause I was using that for C sharp. I just not using that for Python because the MIT course uses this instead. Even though I think it's close enough. Maybe this is like an extension of it because it does have the same like symbol. Oh wait, no, never mind. No, it doesn't. I lied. That's just the Python symbol. Got the thingy. Case insensitive. Lowercase. Yeah, like they have like some really good exercises, especially early on into their like parts that really stand out. But every time you get to the very last one, they do the classic thing where it's just like I don't know how they expect you to just like know as a student, like as a student who's learning this like from zero, how to do that, right? Especially in the considering the fact that we're still in the first like half of the program. But you know, thank you for the lurk. Good day is going good. I guess I'll still just um yeah. I was thinking about doing that earlier, but I didn't know if they wanted it or like you. Oh, I got a proportion. Salty dark mains is only anger could have been. Honestly, like my main concern had been like the duration of the sleep, but it's only like one turn, right? Like it's not that bad. I guess it kind of feels bad because unlike Galleon, right, where she doesn't do anything for a turn, but then she gains like an amp the next turn. But I don't know. You can definitely tell that Snake was definitely a bit like made with Oging in mind. Like her whole kit revolves around it. But it's just that's classic Granblue. Every time anything has like I don't know if you remember when Wellness came out and like Wellness like when he was coming out like I think for the first week people were like he is a terrible character. They were like he is so bad. I sparked Wellness, mind you. Wellness is my boy. I didn't care what anybody said. I was using him. And I was like, I don't know, people talk about it. He deals a shit ton of damage. And then people started pumping out the videos because they said he was so bad because he couldn't triple without his buff, right? Without his Ogi buff. Everybody was just like, all the like players were like, that's so bad. Why would you make a character that can't triple? Blah blah blah. Lo and behold, Wilderness was one of the staple fire characters for like a year. Like, and even to this day, he's still considered one of the strongest fire characters because he just deals so much damage and he brings a dispel. Like, and he's tanky as shit. Like, it's why like I tend to when I like look at kits, right? Because I just go, I just look at it and I'm like, on paper it doesn't sound like very amazing, but I'll wait till I see people using it. Like for instance, Halloween Seder, like on paper, her kit was like okay. You know, honestly, it was like you're just like it's all right. Then used in practice, like her kit was insane. Her kit was really good. You know, so it's just like then you have other characters like Vayne and Medusa, where you read their kits and they're like, well, Medusa, it's like, well, I mean, she's really good if you're in a full primal setup, which she's in the perfect element for that. But like Vayne, like you read it and we're just like, this is gonna be kind of bad for most, like almost everything, and he's kind of bad for like everything but one fight. So like it's kind of hit or miss, but they've definitely been doing a lot where things seem like it's a problem, and then like you see someone actually use it, and it's like okay, it's really not that bad. It's like it's perfectly fine. Because Galleon was kind of the same way. People were kind of like when Galleon first came out, they were like, "How are we gonna use a character who just doesn't attack every other turn?" And then she just shits out damage. And then we're just like, okay, that's how we use a character who doesn't attack every other turn. She just kills everything. All right, good to know. So yeah, it's why I don't really like pay attention to what people say about new characters until I start seeing videos. Because to be honest, like Grand Blue is kind of one of those gotcha games where sometimes the way things are written out on their kits just is confusing, and sometimes it just the way you read it and expect it to work, it just doesn't work that way, either for the better or the worse. So it's kind of Grand Blue is really one of those games where it's like you just gotta wait and to see and like use it and see people using it before you start really being like, is it bad? I will say though, I do think that she is marginally weaker than the last like handful of Zodiacs we've gotten. I will say that though. Like her kit doesn't seem bad, and like she's obviously designed for longer fights that have a lot of buffs, right? Because when she gets the snake bite to level 10, it's a 5 turn cut of boss's buffs. Like that's huge. But I would say she's a little like I wouldn't I don't know if I'd put her like pretty, especially in an element like dark. Like I think she does fall a little bit behind some of the other zodiacs, especially the more recent ones, especially stuff like dragon and stuff like that. But I still think that she's still pretty good. I mean, I'll use her. I'm probably just gonna toss her into Kengo grid, call it good from there. I'm just curious like what sort of lineups she'll have to use, because I think if like I honestly don't think you can use her without Kengo if you don't have Rat, unless there's another dark character that can help her Ogi more. Because to be fair, even though in the Mana Diver video, it still took 5 minutes for the buff to fall off with her using Vikala and Lich, which both of them are just well, Vikala's buffing the Ogi bar, and then Lich is just constantly Ogiing. But probably definitely don't want to pair her up with something like Mana Diver that consumes their own like Ogi bar. You probably want to put her with anything else that will actually OG as an MC class. Like I feel like she might pair well with like Omnimoji, to be honest, which Omnimoji has a lot of options in dark. So it'll be interesting to see how it all pans out. Like what kind of like lineups people come up with it. Googling. Oh, that's interesting. There's a Grand Blue Zippo lighter with Lyria etched on it coming in March. Really? Of all, you make a Zippo lighter and you put Lyria on it? Grand Blue. Grand Blue. You have an entire element's worth of characters you could put on that. Like it's still probably gonna sell like hotcakes. Could you imagine if they put like Percy on it? People would be falling over themselves to buy that. Taking my wasted opportunity. I used to collect Zippo lighters. I think I might have my last one somewhere. Or it might just be in a box. I gave most of them away when I quit smoking. Because I used to collect them before I started smoking, then I smoked smoking, and then I quit smoking. I was like, I don't really need these anymore, so I gave most of the ones I didn't really care for away. But then I've seen some pretty cool like gaming like I think there was a Monster Hunter Rathalos one I saw once on like not eBay, but like on Google that looked really cool. I was like, oh man, I would definitely want that, but I couldn't find like where to get it. I definitely would have bought it. Oh yeah, because that's for classes. Personally, reverse and yeah, the list one are ones I definitely want to practice some more. The clear one I've a couple of times. Append, remove and insert. Oh, I've been eating too much recently. To be fair, it's also because I've been like permanently hungry. Clarification on the damage amp. Wonder for a number of character sets, color characters won't count towards it, so we have less than the number listed. Ah, we'll need even more characters. Ah, alright, yeah, that makes it a bit more. I still think I'm over the 600. I don't think I have that. Like, how many collab characters do I have? They definitely don't have all the ones from Side Story. I have 4 pages worth. All right, I forget because of the. So that's what 60. Oh no, I'm definitely not at 600. I have 77. Oh no, yeah, I'm still over 600. I'm at 619 characters. Still a pretty good amount, honestly. Yes, yes. Pancake had to meow because he layered over my at the he was at the part where like over my exit button for Gremblin. I don't know if I would say we've already spent a fair amount of time and effort on developing debug skills, but more Python, more Python. How's it going, Viros? How's the Java been treating you? Java doesn't have built-in function for reverse. So line of code would need like 5 more lines. This is probably why they made Python. This is probably why they were just like, you know what, this seems like a great coding thing. Want to finish your keyboard or work? You get a new keyboard in? I need to get a new keyboard at some point. This one still works though, so I'm not in a rush. Okay, use video. New keycast that you've been waiting for? Nice. I've debated getting like custom keycaps because like I just have the default ones that my Corsair keyboard came with. And I've seen some pretty nice ones, but I don't know. I'm too lazy to pop out all of the keycaps and put them back in. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie. It is they're also kind of pricey. Custom keyboards. I don't know anything about custom keyboards. I know a couple people who they like collecting them, especially like the big like they'll do like the orders and stuff like that. But it's just like and I'm the type that I'll like look over and be like, oh, those look cool, and then be like, anyway. Yeah, I'm not like it's kind of funny. I'm not real big on peripherals, like for keeping up to it. Like if I need to buy a peripheral, so like a keyboard or a mouse, I'll get like real deep nitty gritty in them. But as soon as I have one that works, I just pretend to pretend like pretend to carry on. That was just cool. Next, yeah, yeah. Like I can appreciate the draw to it and why people like it and stuff. But it's like it's one of those things that in my brain I'm just like, oh, sick. All right. Anyway, as I was doing, carry on. Especially because that's a sinkhole that you get sucked into pretty badly. Yeah, like I don't know. I like I like it from a building I enjoy building computers like physical computers and stuff and doing all the extra tidbits and things like that. But like the way my brain works is it's like as soon as like it's like I have things that work, I don't really pay attention to the rest of it. Like I have a friend who he'll buy like the latest graphics card. Does he need it? Does he use them all? No. Does he care? Also, no. He just likes collecting them. And I'm just like, all right, fair enough. Like, it's not my money, so I'm not going to tell you, no. Also comes in handy because, he was also the type of guy that if someone's like, man, my graphics card died and I don't know how to, like, I don't have money to get another one, he'd be like, this one's like 5 years old, but it's better than the one you had. There you go. And then he'd get like another one on sale to replace it. So he was a pretty chill dude. But, everybody's got their own thing. But for me, I'm like, I have a keyboard that works. it hasn't really been it hasn't really had any issues. So I'm just like I'll look at keyboards and probably maybe get a like I kind of decided that if this one starts going kaputs, which it won't anytime soon, to be honest. These things are really good. I'd probably maybe look into a custom one, but that's a ways off. I don't know this dude. Yeah, he was pretty chill. He was pretty chill. Me and him got along a lot because we just sit there talking about computers all day. Had a couple quirks to him, but he was good people. He was good people. He'd look out for you. And he was like the type of guy like if you made like an off statement of like man I need to get like a CPU upgrade but like I need to save money he'd like because he tend to look at like he'd visit like computer stores a lot and stuff in the area if he came across like a decent sale he'd like take a picture and like send it to you and be like hey by the way this place is selling this for like this much it's a pretty good price. He was good people. He was good people. That's why you gotta be nice to the weird tech guys that they look out for you. Then again, we're all weird techs. That's fine. How we get along. What makes the world goes around. Right out of my false alarm. I thought the sun was like coming out because it wasn't. It was pretty cloudy when I got up, but it's like slightly poking through the clouds. Not much. It's like guys don't have friends. That's not true. We have friends. We have friends. They're just you know far away. The great beyond of cyberspace. This is just a recap of how functions work. Yes, oh, I think so. Character used to draw the line should be the first character. Uh, what value? No. Um, really, a summon call appears to be different. Frame of supplement than others. Some of the video, game of skill 3 with Religio when this summon calls. Skill 3 by herself. With Wham, this was still 190k. In buff frame. Orlogia, she did 290k. Supplement buff. Oh. Oh. The wording's still the same though, yeah? Interesting. Oh. Okay, no, I think I understand why. It does the same, but it's different. Kato. And Chuchi. But you also need to Kato. Stop fighting me. Oof. I see why it does that though. Because Wen just gives you the actual like buff while I mean unless because I think that buff also just there's yeah, because that buff has a lower cap. Yeah, so it gives you like Wham just gives you the regular damage supplement buff, while Orologia just tells you that it supplements it up to like 100,000 more. Interesting. Uh, yeah, so it's because yeah, that's why. It's because Wamdis and Yatimas are the same like actual buff icon. Like it's the same actual buff, and Yawdimus has a higher value, so it doesn't stack, right? It just gives you like the higher value of the two. While Orologia's isn't it isn't like the buff. It's just like there, so that's why it stacks. But yeah, it is a different instance, which means that that might just be a mechanic they're going to be implementing, and maybe other skills and stuff. All right. All right. So it just needs to print a line, the length of number, taking the first character of. Oh, break time. Slightly shorter break time because I missed the. I missed the little bit before putting my timers up. Means going back to Grand Blue Wiki. But yeah, I could see how. Because, like, I don't. What other summons supplement damage besides the 6 dragon one? I think usually when something supplements the damage, it gives you the buff. Meta. May not go back in. No, I guess because like looking at it now, I see like a lot of the passives and stuff that also say it, and I think we would have noticed if that stacked. Hmm, interesting. Your plan is working out. Oh, what was the grand plan? What was the keikaku? The keyboard uses there we go. Tie it together. Big brain. Big brain. Wait, why does Tro have like 3 different ways to. Oh crap, I forgot to do my Colossus before reset. Prize.
Hippity hoppity, your Yubi is my property.
Or my Yubi get around. Vetoed. Oh. Oh, that's it for like using some nice stuff. Looking through the supplement damage list has reminded me that Mars summon exist. Yeah, though it's definitely because yeah, it's definitely because it doesn't apparently give you like the buff when it gives it to you. Because I'm looking at the wiki with the summons, and like all the summons give you like a buff that has like varying amounts of supplemental damage, which generally when that's a thing, it just takes the highest value. Oh, he's doing the thing. He did that earlier before stream started. He's just wiggling on the roof, moving across my screen. I really need to figure out a way to like, I guess, get rid of the black background on this, so that way I can just make it be the entire screen, so that way you guys can tell. Because he's literally moving across the screen when he does that. He was like here. Now he's over here on my screen, but you guys can't tell because he's just permanently like in his corner over there. Oh, I need to beat up something so I can finish getting my sands from missions. I literally just need one more. Well, I need to beat up some more stuff so I can get more pendants, but probably just go mega Lucius a couple times to get the extra stuff. Asan, we'll beat him up a couple times. At least his regular version. Because for whatever reason, like the regular version gives us the materials that we need from fighting, but the hard mode version doesn't give us anything. It gives us like crystals. Fine. We get Snake debuff, Snake to level 10, the 5 turn cut on plus on the enemy, less even if she herself dies. Yeah. I imagine that was the case because I think if it doesn't stay on, is it's either A because it's turn based or B it's because it's I think it specifies for every character where it falls. Like for instance, Summer Magus like specifically tells you that if she dies, the debuff falls off. I don't remember if does Hammal does it? Yeah, I think like Hammal's is the same. Like if you Everbane and then she dies, like it just stays, just never goes away. Like I think it actually specifies. So I was expecting the snake bit to kind of just be a thing that was just there. Oh wait, no, I actually now I realize what you mean. Yeah. That means the level 10 is separate from the first part. And now I get why you're saying that. I hadn't read that it was like that. Or it specifies when she's main ally. Interesting. Break time over. Back on the study. You get to go sit on your Roomba over there. All right. So we want it to be print align the length of number. The first character of all right. I forget that when I indent in here, it still carries it down. I wonder if that's intentional. But something tells me it might not be. They might bug fix that. Because at least the way it's written, right? It makes it seem like it's part of the if she's like main ally part of the thing. What is that? Oh. Also value is like a real bad thing for it, but for the line thing I just couldn't think of anything else. Yeah. I'll just make sure I could do that. Alright, this will be the test if I can actually solo Colossus with you, do it. Because I could get it to 10% without anybody dying. I'm curious to see if I can follow it all the way through. The print function of the function specified. times. I actually did the box of hashes before. Ah, okay, never mind. I understand what he's doing here. Making a function. It's teaching you how to that you can use functions to call functions. Inside a rectangle of hash function takes a one specifies the height of the rectangle. That you wanted me to do stars, not hashes. Oddly confused. Oddly confused. Written doctrine. But or I don't know what I was gonna call. That's what they wanted. But they said that the number value only defines the height of the square of the rectangle, not the not the length of it, so it just hard set the length to 10. Oh no. Oh, because it still keeps. Hmm. I see. That's what's happening. I need to initialize number in a different spot. Uh, actually, we'll do. Yeah. Oh, what? No, it's still off. Oh, it's because I didn't change this to 3. I was like, wait, why is it doing? It's because I didn't change. Yeah. Like this is like it's interchangeable, right? If I want it, like I'd still have to like initialize the variable on something else, so that way it doesn't get what should we call it? Because like that's like the pyramid, right? The reason it turned into a pyramid is because it's pulling from number, but we're reducing number by 1 every time it loops. So then it's not going to make a square; it's going to make like a little triangle. Babe square, which puts our square character. Takes 2 arguments. First parameter, take the height of the square. Second parameter specifies the character used to draw the square. Oh, oh, I didn't mean to erase the whole. That's pretty easy. Oh, the triangle even just did by itself already. It's kind of. I'm gonna skip the triangle one because we did it by accident before anyway, so we already know how that one works. Or argue. First 2 parameters specify a triangle. Character used to draw. Specifies the width of a rectangle. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Oh, the third parameter specifies its height. Fourth parameter, the filler character of the reference. I was wondering why, like, the Roomba animation on this was kind of like I don't know why my brain like was picking it up so much. It's because they kind of scuffed up what like he has pointing out at the start of the animation. He has his left like arms pointing out, but then when he comes around on the corner, he has the right arm pointing out, and then it just like flips because it restarts as soon as it hits like this side over here. Mystery solved. So first parameter specifies the triangle the character used to draw it. First parameter also specifies the width of the rectangle, while the third parameter specifies its height, the height of the rectangle. And then the fourth parameter specifies the filler character of the rectangle. Okay. So it'll be height because it's the height of the rectangle. And the basically the height of the triangle. Right character. Shampoo. Shampoo. This one will be width, right? Yeah. Width. And then rectangle character. So triangle will equal height while triangle greater than 0. We will call the line for height and try character. Oh, right. I keep... Then when that finishes, oh, we need to minus equal 1. This one. While width angle greater than 0. Call for line using the width rectangle character. And that should work. So then we do shape 5 x 3 asterisk space plus print another space. And the final shape 3 period. Oh. All right, so it did not work. As I was, why not? Because it's not. It's taking from triangle. Or I mean, it was taking from height, so it wasn't changing. Now the issue here is, oh, I know what I need to do. Okay, I know what I need to do. This doesn't need to be height. This needs to be 0. This needs to be less than height, and this needs to be plus. It's making a triangle. It's just making it in reverse. Now the problem is, wait, oh wait, is that not the width? Oh, I think I messed up the parameters. No, the first parameter is the width. Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. I thought so, like for some reason I thought it was weird. Like I was reading it and then I was typing it out, and then my brain was trying to tell me, like, hey, by the way, Mello, there's like also, yeah, apparently I can solo Colossus now with Yatima. And like nobody dies except for Christmas Recon. Um nice. Because even with the Leviathan upgrades, it was still, now to be fair, I'm gonna run it to see because it's only been twice. Well, that's only been the first full solo, but like my win team for whatever reason can solo Yugu like 75% of the time. And then like the other 25%, they just get hard destroyed, like just hard deleted like by 40%. And to be fair, like half the times I'm running it when I'm doing something else, so I don't like I don't really pay attention. Oh, I forgot to change down here. Uh, there we go. Yeah, yeah. So like I said, like I had a like, you know how you have that like little feeling sometimes when you're doing something and you're like, I'm doing something wrong. And I thought it was like writing here, but this was, well, it kind of was because the triangle part needed to be changed. But like I had it since I started writing this, and I was like, there's something wrong with that, but I don't know what it is. And so I just started running it, and now I realize I was wrong. That I need to read more than just 3 times apparently. This is also why I feel like whenever, like, especially for these programs, whenever you're giving like an exercise example and it's not like homework, it should at least give you like early on. Because like the MIT one, that's kind of one of the issues I had, is that even early on, some of the times the assignments they would give you, which weren't supposed to be like homework, they were supposed to be like, here's an exercise, wouldn't give you like an answer. So that way you would know how to check. And sometimes it'd be a little confusing to know whether you did it right or not. But minor damage discrepancies or something making the trigger happen an earlier almost. Yeah. That's just so bad. Yeah. Like I wouldn't be surprised if it's a case that on some runs it's like uh maybe instead of like they just keep triple attacking, so they ogie like a turn earlier and stuff like that. Or well, actually no, they don't ogie. Right, I forgot I have ogie turned off. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna blame it on chaos, really, because when I was watching it yesterday, there was like 4 separate times in one fight that he just single attacked. I'm just gonna say it's chaos ruler's fault. I like that. Takes an argument. Function prints out the text a spruce in the spruce tree. Size of which is the art. So we need to make a pyramid. How did you do that? Hmm. I've done it before. It's just but you're supposed to make a spruce. Also, I'm gonna save this one just to have. I shouldn't really need to visit it again because I've been doing functions being called by functions like in all of my side projects, but having a simplified one helps. In case for whatever reason my brain just derps out. So it wants us to make a function that's spruce that will take a number, an integer, and then it'll make a tree the height of the integer, like equal to the height of the integer. But it needs to be a pyramid, right? And then put a dot at the bottom. Like basically it's supposed to be something like it's supposed to print like that. Except this has to like the Google. We've made a pyramid before in one of the earlier parts. At least I remember them. I remember reading something while doing this about pyramid with. Unless I'm like, I was pretty sure that was something we had done. Oh, it might have been part of the thing where we were manually like make. I'll say the only thing I don't like about the MOC is it still hasn't taught us for loops. Like everything we do so far, they've done while loops. A lot of times when I like try to look things up, like for instance, like now how to make a pyramid in Python, like almost every answer is using a for loop. But I'm trying to like restrict myself to like what they want, even though I just hampering myself at this point. I could have sworn they had an example of making a pyramid with something. Can't find. Because the point is that it needs to print just automatically the amount of blank spaces. Right, so it's like 1, 2, asterisk. And then it has to be like 1, 2. Like stuff like that, right? But in order to do that, I need to understand because it has to be is it always just 2, 4? Depending on like the number? No, it's more than that. Oh. At 0, it's 1. Or at 1, it's breaks even. At 2, it adds 1 more. At 3, it adds 2 more. At 4, it adds 3 more. And at 5, it adds 4 more. Because it always needs to be an odd number. So then that means what'd you do? There'd have to be some value plus 1. So that way it's always going. But the problem is that it has to start from 2. So it'd have to be like there has to be some sort of way to get it off the rip and then chop it down from there. Mm. Oh. As the point is that if for instance they put in the number 3, 3 needs to turn into 5 asterisks. Because 3 isn't the amount of asterisks, it's the height of the pyramid. That means the bottom one will always be bigger, but it's not bigger by the same amount. It increases by 1 every level. So it's because what I mean by that is I can't even just be like if the uh, n like I can't do something like this like 2 equals 0, then you know do n plus 1. Like I can't do that because the amount's gonna change the further up we go. So I'd have to do a loop where it would have to be like while like I would have to initialize. Okay, I'm starting to figure it out. So it would be like if you did spruce 3, for instance, it would then be like while something. Like I just need to initialize a value. So like max line, max length equals 0, while max length is less than whatever the value is. So let's just say n for now. Uh, it would then less equal 1 to max length, right? And then it would have to be like layer equals 1. Oh, darn. Yeah, no, there's still a small damage discrepancy. It failed at the 4%. Yeah, that's why I was gonna run it a couple more times. Hmm. Which, because then it needs to be like the layer I think can be +2 every time. But it goes 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So then layer is plus equal to 2. Wait. Yeah, no, I still need to find the max length though. Wait, I don't. Well, no, its max length probably still needs to be like an initialized value. Oh no, this is the value. So it increases by 2 on every layer, right? So you start with 1, it goes to 2, and then it goes to 3. Or you go from 1, and then it goes to 3, and then it goes to 5, and then it goes to 7, and then it goes to 9. And et cetera, et cetera. So it's always increasing by a value of 2, how many asterisks you need. So we still need like the max length. All right, so we'll flip the numbers because it's confusing me that they are doing the wrong things. And then it needs to just be the layer plus equal to 1. Oh, I forgot to put it in. It would have to be like no, because the problem is I still all right. No, max length definitely needs to be like its own thing because I need to know the max layer of it or the max length, right? Like I need to know the end length so that way I know how much space to put in. With an empty string, so we have to append to it. Hmm. Oh yeah, it's not gonna get us anywhere, so let's just start making code. Let's just start making a function block and then just working with it from there. Is num. So num will be the max value, the max height. So the height of 3, if it increases by 2 every time. Yeah, see, because this is like the issue, right? So like at 3 it'll be 5, but if it's at 5 it'll be 9. Because of the way the number increases. Alright, this is why I was doing the layer plus equals 1. I was gonna do 1 plus layer. Because the layer is the number of asterisks that I want it to put into the thing. But the problem is that if you don't know the maximum amount of the base, you're not gonna know how many like blank spaces you're gonna need before the or do you? Actually you might. Actually you might. It'll always be 5, won't it? Actually, yeah, it'll always be. Never mind. Yeah, you do now. Hmm. Because it'll always be 3. Like for instance, at 3, it'll always be 3. It'll always be like 1, 2, that. Then you go to this one, it'll always be 1. And then you go to 3, and it won't have any. Oh, okay, okay. I kind of got something. My brain. Didn't need the. Uh, will be. I guess this would also start at 1. Because every time it'll just be +2. don't need it because I'm not actually playing those values. No, why is it break time when I'm like actually figuring it out? Three. Uh, I figured it out and then it's break time. No, no. Pain, pain. Oh, I guess this time I can at least watch the Colossus and see what happens towards the end. Because I'm not quite sure why. Like, it's definitely a minor discrepancy, probably in damage. Probably someone doesn't multi-attack or something to generate, like, they're just missing a bit of something to hit an Ogi and stuff to push things faster. Or maybe they push something. No, I'd say it's probably they just don't push fast enough. What I'm assuming happens is probably when it fails at like the 4% is because something happens where we don't, like, on one turn we probably skip straight to the last like trigger and then we're not eating the last two triggers back to back, and then sometimes we aren't. Not sure what causing it. No, cat. It's time to rest. Why are you Roombaing? Sleep. SMH cat don't know it's break time. Also, I don't know why, but Yugu's been very supportive with her weapon drops. I've only gotten one sword, but I already have a harp and a fist at 3-star. But I have definitely not done anywhere near as many Yugas as I've done Colossuses. Meanwhile, Colossus, I think I still need 2 more sticks, 1 more axe. I think I've gotten like 2 swords. I have Colossus as a summon fully transcended because I've just gotten that much. I've killed them enough for all of that. I think I have enough Colossus Omega Anima to full limit break 1, and I'm like, I think I'm halfway to ready for another weapon after. I just don't have the weapons. I don't know. It's almost like Colossus can sense that I want to be a fire. Like I'm a fire main, and he's like, you have no power here. I'm like, I love how Yatuna's just casually dealing half of her Ogi damage and skill damage right after she Ogis. In a grid that's literally just built for Ogi damage and has nothing for skill damage. Except maybe my Ultimus. Ultimus. Is that? Actually, no, I think that might be Ogi damage. I forget that Yatama's 3 affects the whole team when he uses it after being like data synced with everybody. Yatima, however you want to call it. Yet. I would say I'm kind of surprised she was made playable so quickly. So I guess she's pretty pertinent to the story, so it was just a matter of time. Hmm. There we go. Last 10%. Let's see what. We're not like very topped off on it. Aside from MC, everybody else is like half HP, but they're like 20,000. But if my assumption is correct, yeah, I'm like pretty sure the difference between soloing Colossus and not soloing Colossus is if I can go from 10 to 5% in one turn. Because I think if I can do that, he doesn't kill my team. But if I can't do that, then he kills my team because they eat two two dimension cleaves back to back. Yeah. Like basically it's completely reliant on whether or not I can two turn the last 10%. So basically full like overburst him twice in a row. Which makes me think that someone might have died early when the solo fails. Yeah, I have 16 Omega Anima for Colossus. I have nothing to spend it on. At least I don't think I do. Last I checked, I did. Yeah, I need one more axe, one more sword. Okay, I've gotten one more sword than I thought. Oh, I got another staff, and I need one more staff. Staff is the big one. If I can get one more staff and one more axe, we're chilling. Ready for that. Oh, break time's over. Solo's go. Timers. Cut. Go catch some butterflies. Okay. Let's see if I didn't like if that break didn't completely destroy my thought process. So we know how like and we know the spruce layer. So the spaces will always be equivalent to the number. Like, well, basically not equivalent, but it'll be like one minus the number. So, like, for instance, if the max is 3, then the asterisk needs to have, the first layer needs to be space asterisk. The next layer needs to be space asterisk. And then it needs to be just no space and then just a bunch of asterisks. So the big one is getting the asterisk. The layer? No, it's spruce layer. Okay. And then it'll have to print. See, the problem is then it has to print like the first layer at the very end. Okay, no, so it's still not completely working properly, but we can kind of get it there. This is definitely the closest, but we still like this has a space here that's not supposed to be here. This is not supposed to be. So it means it's doing one space more than it's supposed to. Why? Because it's reducing the number. Because if not, then it would be like the asterisks would be lined up, and then they'd be extending out towards the right. Why is like this should be 2, right? Oh, no, yeah, it should be space. This time spaces. Space is equal to the number. The number is 1, but we're subtracting 1 from spaces. Yeah, so it's 2, then it's 1, and then it's 0. So why is it putting an extra space in between? Like here. Oh, because I'm telling it to. Well, no, because it should be this time 0. Shouldn't that not put a space there? Right, because you see how it's like, it's flush here. It's not flush here. So that means it's putting a space there. I am not sure why. Because it's working the way I'm expecting it to work. But for some reason, it's putting an extra space for no reason. Why? Yeah, and then it won't put a space because this is just a blank, so it has to be this. So that's not the problem. Is not doing. I know why. Mm, it's because of the comma, I'm pretty sure. The comma's putting an extra space in between. But I don't think I can get rid of the comma. Like if I do this, yeah, it needs a comma. But if you do a comma in a string, it puts a space in between. So it's adding an extra space where I don't need it. But then I can't do -2 because when I tried -2, it messed with this for some odd reason. Oh, well, it messed with this because it put the same value. But like, why is this printing an extra space? We're gonna use 2. Is it just like a visual thing? No, it's putting, yeah, it's okay, so I was right, it is the comma. So the comma is the problem. Which means I need to make it an F string then. Which then means I need to make a variable. Oh, that's gonna be so. I completely forgot about the plus. Yeah, that was the problem. Concatenate the string. So now the other issue is that, well, basically, there isn't another. It's just, oh wait, no, yeah, there is another issue. No, it's just print. Oh, it's spaces. Really? Can I not do that without? Hmm, that's not gonna. That's spaces would have gotten turned into. Like the only way I would be able to do it would be like reinitialize it, right? And it'll work. But that looks so messy. I mean, I could always just do. Because that'll work too. Like, regardless of what you put in, it'll always make it. It's just one less line of code. That's a good, decent little amount to figure out. But I feel like it was a pretty good like brain exercise. I'm very glad I decided not to just take the whatchamacallit, like just copy pasta what I found on the Stack Overflow and stuff like that. Like I actually tried to come back and like think for myself to try to figure it out because that's how you learn a lot more. Was it frustrating? Oh, trust, yeah. Like I was torn between wow, I am dumb and program sucks. To realizing that while they did teach you what you need to know, at least for this, I still sit on that some of their like final part problems. I don't really job of choosing a proper one for that. This one they definitely like taught you everything you needed to know to make it work. That's for sure. Like I can say that for sure. It's just you'd have to like remember concatenating and then like you kind of have to problem solve what you're doing. The like because like realistically the hardest part was was figuring out that right was how many was to figure out how many spaces. And then when it finally dawned on me that the spaces you'll need will always be like based off of the actual number, because like the way my brain thought of it was like, okay, I need to know the max length that'll be at the bottom so that way I can tell it to do that many like spaces on both sides. And then eventually it kind of just dawned on me where it's like, well, I don't need spaces on both sides. I just need spaces from the left side, which means I only need half as many things. And then it further dawned on me, well, it'll always just be like the value of the number minus one. So then I just need a value that goes down for each layer while having a number that goes up for each layer for the asterisk. And so then we discovered so then my brain realized that well, it always needs to be one space less and two asterisks more for every single layer. And then from there it kind of just wrote itself and then I was just figuring out the comma situation where remembering that the plus sign exists in for concatenating strings together. I was because like if I made it an F string, that was gonna be such a pain in the ass. I really didn't want to make it an F string. Because then I would have had to make more variables. Well, I mean, I would have just had to make a variable for the space and a variable for the asterisk. Basically, is all I would have had to do. Oh, similar would I say Python is to C++? I honestly couldn't tell you. Python's the first coding program I've invested this much time in learning. I learned a little bit of C sharp like earlier in the year, and I can say some things from C sharp kind of like I kind of understood, but I didn't get anywhere near deep enough to really be able to tell you. From like my general understanding when it comes to Python versus most other coding languages from just studying and like hearing other people is that you have it takes up a lot less space. Like you have a lot more, I guess you could say, shortcuts for not having to write out strings and stuff. Like earlier, Viros, who's been learning with Java, was talking about how, for instance, uh, from Java to Python is huge difference because there's something I can do with one line that in Java would take five. But honestly, I wouldn't be able to tell you between Python and C++ because I just don't know about C++ at all. This is like like Python is my first endeavor into coding, unfortunately. I can't really help with that. I do, from what I've been told, it translates pretty seamlessly between the C's and Python. Like there's a couple of like nuances you'll have to like pick up along the way through just doing it yourself of like things you won't need to do in Python that you would have to do in like C++ and C sharp. But from what I understand, like for the most part, they're relatively similar in most regards. There'll be a couple like different like commands that don't work. What did um like there's a couple commands in Python where it's like uh they kind of like grouped multiple things into one, and then there's just other things you don't have, and then some things like don't really get through there. Uh, hopefully studying it for work. I took it up because everything else I've done hasn't worked too well, and so I wanted to try coding again to see if I can get a job. So it's a bit of mix of fun and for potential work in the future is the game plan. Good, yeah. I was a little hesitant because like I tried learning coding. Like I have a background in computers. I have an associate's degree in like computer maintenance, which focuses a bit more on like the electrical engineering hardware side of things. But like I did a lot of command line in learning that. I grown up with computers, but I remember trying to do coding like years ago, like 10 plus years. Well, not 10 plus, like about 10 years ago. I tried, and I remember it made me want to like ram my head through a wall because between being younger with no patience and I think I was trying to learn either Java or HTML. It made me just not want to do it. But then I tried my hand at C sharp again because of I think it's like Free Code Academy or something is what it's called. It's like the website that has like it leads you to the Microsoft free certifications you can do. And I did like their C sharp program, and I was like, oh, I kind of understand this now. And then I had kind of like health issues that I basically had a migraine for like 3 months straight that I couldn't think, so I dropped that. And then I was like getting back into it again. So I think I started again the third week of November ish, somewhere on there, second or third week of November. And then I was like, you know what? I'll try Python because I was like looking around to being like, what gives me like the highest percentage? And apparently Python is a pretty decent sized going into it, and it seems that it's a pretty good language to learn to branch out into other languages later. So here we are. Here we are making spruce trees out of asterisks. Well, out the Java ain't a beginner friendly one. Yeah, yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah, Viros was talking about like going from almost any other language to Java would make you want to burn something to the ground sometimes. Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see some of the differences. Because I'm pretty sure, because like I have a friend who he pops in every once in a while because he does coding for work from through streaming, and there's like definitely a couple things where like I'm pretty sure I don't know if I think it's C plus plus. I don't know. I'd have to ask. I never actually asked him what language he knows. I think it's one of the C's though for sure. And like something that he found interesting was that, for instance, in Python, like apparently it works differently in whatever he works in, but Python, if you don't cast an input, it'll always treat it like a string for like whatever value. So, which is kind of important to know. for things, and he found that like interesting. So there's like little differences like that, but I think for the most part, like a lot of the stuff that like kind of translates. But I don't know. I just know that there's definitely been moments that I've been learning in here that I've been like, wait a minute, I vaguely remember no like hearing this before, which the only case would have been when I was if I like it. Well, it would be like so like for instance, right? Like if you want the number, like if you want a number for like a math problem, like you have to cast it before doing that, like the input, or else it'll treat it like a string. So like if you do that, right, that'll be an integer. But then if you don't have the cast, uh, it'll always be a string. Like it'll always just consider that it's a string. So like stuff like that has been apparently like whatever he deals with, it doesn't work like that. Like I think for him, it's like based off of what you get. I don't know how he does it. It's just I knew it caught him off guard that this always takes it as a string. So I'm just assuming that's a difference in there. Cause like I've been working on other side projects. Like I've made this, and then I made a calculator. The calculator was the one that I was really working on, and it was kind of like throwing me for a loop because that one has more uh like inputs than the meal list does. And that was the one where it was really tripping me up because sometimes I'd have it because it's calculating, and then it would be like and not add a string with an integer, and I'd be like, "What do you mean?" And then I'd go back and realize I hadn't casted an input as an integer. Unfortunately, I mean, it's not too bad once you get the hang of it. It's pretty easy. You just remember. You're like, "Wait, what am I using this for again?" And it's like, "All right, this is for math, so I need to put that as an int." To be fair, it does come in handy because like if you're gonna do say something like check if something's like an integer, like do the is numeric one, then you don't need to like pass it as a string because is numeric needs a string. So it definitely has its uses that is pretty nice. But I can definitely see in some situations where you'd be like, please, why? Kind of things that have you sitting for hours. Yeah. Yeah. I think this I've spent like I'm doing side projects based on stuff I'm trying to learn. Like this is the side project for I've been self-teaching, self-learning how to read write like a file and stuff. I think this one I've spent I want to say 8 hours. This is like 8 hours of work, 8 to 10, and then the calculator. This I think I've spent like I've had I've redone this like all these functions like I don't even know how many times. It would just be I think I've spent like probably upwards of 16 hours on this, and it's been reiterated a lot on. What to Google for to find out what's wrong. That's where it comes really handy getting used to sliding in. Well, I don't know how like the what worked for me. The two things that worked for me was getting used to making functions for literally everything, like even if you just use it once, because it made it really easy to just pull out. Like for instance, if something starts acting funky here, I don't really have an indicator too well. I'll just start tossing print. Like you just start tossing print things into here, and then you find like you just look at the order, right? Like what's gonna get pulled first. So this pulls like directory first. Then I would just toss a like say to print something in the directory function up here, and then wherever that prints, you could just go into it, right, and figure it out. But it's really nice because I can also just pull the directory part out, mess with that, be like, okay, that works, put it back in, and go back and forth, and that really helped. I ugh, Yeah, the calculator was a bit of a mess because at the beginning it was just like one long code, and then I started being like, wait, this can be make a function for this, make a function for that, make a function for this over here, make a function for that. Equivalent to the out. Maybe. I don't know. I just, like print is literally just would be. It would just give me something over here to read off of. That's all. I don't know what C out does. I'm curious. Oh yeah, yeah. It's basically that. Yeah, yeah. In Python, you would use print. Yeah, so it'd basically just be equivalent to just tossing it into wherever. Because like usually, like a lot of times, I ran into this issue with the calculator a lot, where the error happened, right, wasn't what was causing the problem, and then that was just putting in print statements along the way and trying to figure out where the number was getting messed up or like what was going on here and there, which is pretty good. But yeah, the biggest thing was just I don't know, like because Rick, who also streams, he doesn't stream coding, he streams gaming, but he works in coding. Like one of the things he kind of like really hammered was like get used to making functions because it's so nice to just get. I don't know how C++ works with the functions and stuff, but it's like I after getting used to them, I don't know if I could ever just do something that doesn't let me use functions. They're too nice. They're too nice. Doesn't help much in some cases compared to a million. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because a lot of times the debugging will be like, well, we ran into an issue here, and it's like, all right, cool. And then you pull that out, and like that part works. Like when you hard code it, right? And you're like, all right, that's definitely not the problem. But then when you have like the steps, right, where it's like, tell me what's going, like tell me what's happening here, and then like 3 steps later, what's happening here, and then 3 steps later, what's happening here. You go back and forth, and you go from there. I will say if I'm feeling particularly lazy, I don't know if like C plus plus has this, but there is a website called Python Tutor for Python. Even though I think it might work for other coding languages, but like it'll kind of give you a visual depiction of what's happening step by step as you're going through. I use I try to use that a little less now, but like definitely in the first like week or two, I was constantly just putting things in there just to see what the steps are. Doesn't always work because especially when you're like doing either something like recursions or you're pulling from like a bunch of different lists, the arrows get a little confusing. But at least for Python, it definitely helped to try to like in smaller sections just be like, what is this doing and why is it doing it? But I've been trying to develop like less of a habit for that, so like just to try to like build up some intuitiveness of like, oh, this isn't happened, this is not happening probably because of this and stuff like that, which has helped in some cases. In other cases, it just means I stare at my screen for like an hour, being like, why are you not working? I think the part that's always funny to me is when I accidentally like put in put in like sometimes like you'll move like you're supposed to put like a like equal equal and then you put like minus equal on accident because you like clicked the other one and you just forget. There's one time I had like a variable, I think it was in this one, I randomly just had a variable. I was like, oh, variable is 2, right? And then it's just like, and then I just like carried on, and then when I came back to it later I was like, why aren't you working? And it took me like 20 minutes to realize because like my brain saw dash, so I was like, oh, there's an equal sign there. That was That's what happens when I try to write code at like 12 in the morning. Find a problem and you understand the code instead of copying everything. Yeah, like for instance, this in particular. So I'm following MOOC online. I will say uh for learning Python, I would suggest doing the MIT Open Courseware and MOOC because that's what I'm using. I'm doing both of them because the MIT Open Courseware has like you get to watch the actual lectures video recorded, which is really good, and they have a bit more of like the theoretical side of things, and they explain a certain things a little bit more in depth in a way that I think are important. But the MOOC I think has better like exercises for the most part at every point to kind of like hammer the basics back in. But like this one in particular, it was like I had to make this spruce tree, which means I had to like figure out how to make a pyramid. And like I Googled it just to see what people were doing. But obviously, as is sometimes the case whenever you're looking for info on the internet, people who know tend to like understand like the higher level of things. So they kind of like put it in that regards, but then it makes you skip like certain basic foundations that are really important. And in this case, like just learning how to put that together is a really good exercise. Because I was so tempted to just copy whatever I found on Reddit, and then I was like, wait, let's figure this out. And that's definitely like it did me good. It definitely did me good. And I didn't realize Hittite plus instead. Yeah, yeah, stuff like that. Like stuff that your brain like if you sat down and stared at it, you're like, there's no way I would ever get those confused. But when you're like glancing through things, you're like, well, your brain's like, well, there's a line and another line, so it's fine. Like that kind of stuff. Then it starts getting really weird. Yeah, it's that's been that's been to be fair to me, it's like normal because like I've done a lot of command line stuff over the years. So it's like when you're trying to path through something through command line and then you accidentally uh uh you misput a period or you put a underscore where it's not supposed to, and then you're getting like 20 different errors, and you're just like, what's going on? This is supposed to be the right path, and then you look back and you realize that, well, first of all, you forgot to put the double colon here, and then you put an underscore where it wasn't supposed to be, and then you forgot to even change your directory that you were looking at. And it's just, I don't know. For me, this is just like dealing with coding has just been a trip of nostalgia when I was like getting my associate's degree with command line, because it's you run into the same issues, and it's so funny to me. Like you know, different appearance, but at the end of the day, computers are computers, and they have the same problems. But it's fun. I like it. I don't know. It scratches the part of my brain that likes knowing how things works and building things. I treat coding like Legos, basically, right? Like you learn all the different steps of the Legos and you like put it together, and then you hope that it looks like the picture, and then if it doesn't, you cry and you take it apart and you try to fix it. Get a copy as long as you understand. Yeah, that's true. I just feel that like early on, like it's kind of like I think like it's kind of a thing in like most cases. Like early on, you kind of want to like you want to see what people are doing to try to understand why they're doing it, and then you want to try to just emulate it yourself, right? Like in practice, like give yourself something to try to like understand why those things work the way they do. And then at higher stages, like you get to like a middle point where you kind of like copy less and you're looking less, but then you go back and it's like it's kind of like a repeat process, right? You're like, all right, how are people doing this? Okay, grab this. Why is this working like this? I put this over here. It's like, oh, okay, okay, I see it. Because a lot of times when you like, I try to avoid it personally because as a natural procrastinator, I'm very inclined to just being lazy, which comes in handy when looking for efficiency things, but it also comes in bad when you're developing habits for things because right if you get used to just constantly copying, which is kind of a trap that like especially beginners tend to fall into a lot, is you're like your brain goes, well, I could sit here for like 4 hours and figure out what's going on, or I could just go find someone who knows what they're doing. And then you kind of, it's usually what leads people to being stuck in a rut. Like it's like a good example is always in like playing video games, right? If you ever play a video game that requires some sort of knowledge for building items or something, or like doing some sort of variable with builds and stuff, you have the people that will copy what's working and then will kind of just get like comfortable doing that and will never really learn how to play. And then you'll have the people that will take a build, be like, why does these work? Kind of dissect it, and then they'll make their own builds. And even if they fail, like eventually those people will probably end up making like the builds that people will copy down the line. And it's just it's so easy to get stuck in that trap. So I try to avoid it as much as possible, but it's definitely not a bad thing to at least like get like cross reference, right? Definitely not a bad thing. Because like you're saying, if you don't know, how are you gonna know if you're not looking at something? It's just you always have to be careful. You don't like get stuck in the like you know you be careful to not forget the reason you're looking at what somebody else is doing is because you want to know how to do that, not because you just want to like take what they're doing. Like the troubleshooting, yeah, the troubleshooting is pretty fun. You type the asterisk like if I print it, like if I did a print command like this, it would no, I wouldn't. Like I would well, I mean I'd have to put in all the different spaces, but well, I mean technically like if I do an individual print, like you'd have to print every like line specifically for it. So I could like replicate it manually, if that's what you mean. But I'd have to do it based on however many I would need to know. But if you mean like all in one go, probably not. Yeah, like it basically like look like this. It'd be easy, but it'd be monotonous as hell though, because it's just like you just have to keep doing this for every single line, just constantly, and that would be the equivalent to this. So you could manually do it. It's just that when you start getting towards like right, like if you want to do like 20, I don't quite think you want to type that out by hand. Yeah, I don't. I do actually wait. Actually, is something I want to try now that you asked that because I don't think it'll work. Yeah, no, it probably won't work if because there's some cases where this does work. We're having yeah, so it doesn't work for print. There's a couple of cases I've done where you can kind of do the C thing where you can like disjoint the stuff and it'll still work. Like if I'm making a list, it would probably work. Or no, like making lists and dictionaries works where like if I wanted to do like Bruce equals 2, 3. I forgot the comma. Like that works. Like then if I tell it to price. Like it'll print 3, but make a loop for it. Example with an input. You decide how long the tree gets. Yeah, that's what this is. That's what this does up here. That was the function I made. Because what this does is like the person will input the number. In this case, right, we'll take the 3. And I mean, I probably could like make it a little better, but the number of blank spaces will always be minus, like the starting blank space will always be -1 of whatever the number is for the top, and then that space will decrease by 1 every time you go down a layer, and then the amount of asterisks made will always increase by 2. The amount of for every layer you go down. So this one just takes it, goes all right. Spaces equals whatever value they put in, subtracts 1, and then prints out however many spaces, and then however many asterisks, and then adds 2 to the layer of the spruce layer. Well, I mean, spruce layer is a bit weird naming convention, but basically adds 2 to the asterisk. So that way, every time it makes the asterisk copy, it'll just be that. And then +1 to layer, so that way it counts against it. So it has a break. So that way it keeps going. And that's what this does. It just keeps looping through it until it gets through to the end. And then they wanted the little like check at the end. So then I just had to take number and then minus it by 1. And then that's how you get the little bottom part. It runs it through that. So then it prints the tree out however you want. Oh, the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi betrayal. I feel that. I feel that. But yeah, the biggest challenge with this one was just like realizing how many blank spaces there was supposed to be. Understood explanation. All right. Yeah, I was doing it with the assumption that you could read it, so I was kind of like speeding through it a bit. But yeah, it's just a case of having to like figure out the like how many the adjustments of each space and each asterisk per, which luckily it dawned on me eventually that it's always 1 less space per layer and 2 more asterisks per layer. And then once you have that, it kind of just like writes itself after that, right? You just make the variables that'll follow. It's just the figuring out part is usually the biggest problem of it all. Well, I think it took me like probably 40 minutes to like realize that. No, I'd say about, yeah, 30 to 40 minutes, because it's like it's still, I'm still like, I sometimes forget because it gets a little frustrating. It's one of like the bad things I have is that I'll be relatively new to something, and then I'll expect myself to in like a month to not be making basic mistakes, forgetting that I've only been learning for like a month and some change. So it's just like sometimes I'll be like, how did I not know that? And then I'll be like, oh right, because I've only been doing this for like a month, so my brain isn't really thinking about all the different things. Sometimes though, it kind of like instantly figures things out because it's like things are clicking. But it's just it gets bad. It's definitely a bad habit of mine that I've had over the years. You feel that? Yeah. I feel like that's a sentiment that a lot of people can get to. At least a lot of people I know tend to be like, It's just like you always just want to be like, I know what I'm doing, and then something reminds you that you don't know what you're doing, and you're just like, I'm dumb. Like, well, because you're still new. It's okay. I'm working on it right now. I'm just following a course, the Python MOC course. I'm kind of just reading through. Right now, they're like explaining the return function, which I already know how to use because I've had to use it a lot in the side projects I do. But uh, kind of just refresher on it. Because usually, like what I tend to do is Monday through Thursday, I follow the courses for MOOC and then MIT OpenCourseWare for their Python courses, their beginner ones. And then usually on Fridays, I will work on one of my side projects, which is currently the read write one. And that's usually where I used to try to like incorporate what I've learned into it. Right now I'm kind of just reading through and then I just stop and do whatever exercises they want me to do along the way, which is where I got caught up on this one for the spruce tree because that was the exercise that they had been for they'd been doing a couple of exercises where it was like getting you used to how a function calling another function works, which I'm also already used to because of my side projects. And then this one just wanted me to make the spruce tree, which kind of like tripped me up a little bit because I was like, wait, how am I gonna make? Because that's not something I've had to do. But it was an interesting little like thought experiment. The only reason I thought about like having capturing the course thing for on OBS, but I'm kind of hesitant to because the MIT ones definitely specified that not everything on it is covered by fair use, and then the MOC one I'm assuming is the same thing. So just streaming things, unfortunately. Break time. My brain doesn't melt. At break time. Stop it. Programming is a lot of fun as long as it's not under pressure. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I would generally mind even. Well, I guess it would depend on like how much the pressure is, because I do plan on turning this into a career at some point, which obviously will have its own like pressures that come into it. Though it depends on like what sort of industries you work in for it. Which, to be honest, I don't quite know at the moment. I've kind of been doing a little research on the side of like where towards angling towards like at least like general things. I think I'm gonna try to like probably go towards like a software engineering route because that at least on paper from whatever that seems a bit more interesting and a bit more flexible with things. But it'll just kind of depend. I do know for the most part, at least the people I know personally who code tend to have a bit. It's not like at least for like I have a friend of mine who he's been coding for like I want to say like 6 years. And I used to like go over stay at his house while he was like still working, and it was definitely pretty chill even during some of the times where it's like, well, we need to get this out by like next week, and he was still just like, ah, but I gotta run the thing, so I can't do anything, right? Because he's waiting for the thing to run to see if it breaks. But yeah, I definitely feel like a lot of times when like the pressure, I feel like kind of uh like what we define as pressure in certain things kind of changes depending on how comfortable we are with it. Writing on paper with a pencil from memory. That's oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, having to do stuff in a way that I guess like to us it's like why would we ever need to do this? Like does it really make sense? Like as a requirement, right? Like one thing that always annoyed me was learning math and some of my courses and stuff. They were just like, you can't use a calculator. And I'm like, why? And they're like, well, you won't always have a calculator. I'm like, I'm pretty sure if I'm ever gonna try to find a fucking logarithmic equation of something, I'm going to have a calculator on hand, like 99% of the time. And then the other 1% might be a life and death situation, and it's probably not going to help even if I do know how to do it without like a calculator, like sort of deal. Like, yeah, so having to like I think if it's like a case of you have an epiphany and you want to write something down real quick and you don't want to forget, like, we're fine with it. But if someone's like, yeah, you to write down that on a piece of paper from memory, you got like 20 minutes. It's just like, well, I don't think the piece of paper is going to run the code. So I don't see what the point of this exercise. I'd use a calculator during the programming exam. Wrote the code yourselves. I'm kind of. Oh no, I went to when I graduated high school. I went to university for like engineering, and I think the only course I took that allowed us to use calculators was my chemistry lecture. None of my other courses allowed us to use a calculator, like on exams. We could use it on like homework and stuff, but but then when I went for my associate's degree, because well, young, dumb, make bad decisions. Uh, I took another math class for my associate's degree, which to be fair, I could like pass with my like. Well, to be fair, I did learn a lot. Like it was kind of one of those things where you kind of like rehashed up on the basics and stuff. But we were allowed to use. He did like the opposite. We were allowed to use calculators, but we still had to show every single step that we did on the equation, like writing it out. So that way, because that way, well, he also incentivized it. He was pretty smart on how he graded tests. Like basically, it was like you could put the like just the formula that you're using and the answer, and you would still get full like points if the answer was correct. Or you could write it out like the steps you took while using your calculator to make sure you're doing the right steps. And if the answer was wrong, you could still get partial credit depending on up until where you were doing like the right thing, right? Which was a really smart thing because, well, again, kind of like in like coding, the way that early on they'll have you do 6 extra steps that they might teach you even a week later to cut out. It's still like teaching your brain how to like how to think those steps through, like just natively, so that you don't have to worry about it. So it was a really smart way because obviously you practice with the tool you're going to use if you're doing mathematics, which is a calculator, but then you're also like writing it out, so that way you can kind of double check yourself, and then if you can look back, right, it gives the instructor something to see like what your thought process is doing, and then it gives yourself like a second check that you can do that you can run through. Because if you just type it all in the calculator and you just put the answer down and then the answer is wrong, like you leave yourself nowhere to check, right? Because the calculator's not showing you what it does. Always have a calculator on hand. Let me introduce you to this neat little thing called a smartphone. And before Zalyric's stuck in the woods with a dead phone and he needs to do Pythagorean theorem on the fly, plus find the logarithmic equation to survive, or else the bear eats him. Dun dun dun. Catch it next time on the next episode of Zalyric Grills. The system, especially if you get a minor system. Yeah, like it was a really good system. It was a really, really good system. And like I'm someone who trusts I didn't like before taking his class, I really didn't like when I had to put the steps down. Because in most courses I took, it was like you either showed your work and you get your points, or you don't show your work and you get nothing. And I like that system to me like is terrible because like there was exams I took where I'm like, I know this is the right answer. So I would just put the answer down and go to the next question. And then if it was a question that I was like, I'm not 100% sure this is the right answer, I'd write out the thing. And even if it was right, it didn't matter because it was still rehashing basics. So it was a really good like incentive system. It was also really funny because half the class like dropped out halfway through the semester because you were like it was so funny. The disparity was you were either passing the class with like an 85 or higher. I think I had like a 7, like in that. Like there was like 3 of us with like high 90s. And then like everybody else was like 90, 86, 88. There was one dude who was like 85 that I remember. Or you were failing with like a 20. And the disparity was whether or not you were writing out your stuff. Because all the guys that were failing were guys who thought they knew what they were doing or kept getting the wrong answer on all of the exams and quizzes without getting any partial credit. And the rest of us were guys that were writing out all of our stuff. So that way, even if we got it wrong, not only did we get partial credit, we were also getting handwritten notes on where we messed up and like what step that we forgot or skipped or like wrote incorrectly. It was such a good system. He was such a great teacher, honestly. Like that's one of those guys that they teach because they know. They just know. And it was such a good. And ever since then, like I haven't really minded writing out stuff. And I think that's part of the reason I can handle coding now. Because, like, for instance, right, to figure out the spruce tree, the first thing I did was manually type out, like, what it's supposed to look like over here. So that way that I would, like, had a visualization. Like, I just did this. And then I just stared at it for, like, 15 minutes to just be like, how do I make the code do this? So, it was really good. Really good. Reinforced really good habits, in my opinion. Oh, I never started the break timer, so that means break's over. Get up, cat. What are you gonna do now? Make you an artiste. All right, last 50 minutes for stream. I'm gonna try to get through these exercises at minimum because break time. The break time stopped as I got to it, but in here. Function wages. And this is, sometimes it helps to just write it out, see what the code does. True, true. Oh my god, I was on such a good streak. Like, you should have just let me have it. You should have just let me have it. You should have just said nothing. You should have just pretended that I was on such a good streak. I almost got through the whole stream. It's the lyrics' fault. It's because the lyric took UBs. That's why. But yeah, I definitely do that too. That's definitely like a good thing. All right, like you just start writing it out too. Like even if you know that you can't do anything with it, you just start putting down like a block just to be like, you know, put stuff in there so that way your brain kind of just starts thinking about things. As like even sometimes just putting the variables down that you need to initialize like help with what you need to do. Why did it return zero? Yeah, z is an integer. Oh, I didn't put a catch all where all the numbers were the same. Got me there. Got me there. Got me there. They're like this is what I like about MOC. They have, I feel more so than the MIT one. They have a lot of like exercises. To be fair, they still have some exercises that are kind of a little like you're just like, how the hell am I supposed to know how to do this? But they have exercises that are really good at catching certain things from an angle that like, especially as a beginner, you kind of don't realize, don't think about stuff like that. Like for instance, here, I didn't think about what would happen if all the values were the same, which is a rookie mistake. Even though I'm literally looking, and I even said, I'm like, oh, these are all zeros. And even that didn't like trigger anything in my brain until I hit that. And so I was like, wait, why did that return none when zero is an integer? And then I realized it's because it returns none because none of the values got triggered because none of the conditions were met. It does a really good job of that. It does. There's definitely been a lot of times where I'm like, oh, this is really easy, and then I get caught up on something like this, which is also why like it's always good to run multiple things whenever you're doing coding to see if it'll break something. Because the amount of times I've written something that works for like 9 out of 10 cases, and then I have to like figure out why it doesn't work for that last case, and then I'll fix it for that last case, but then it only runs 1 out of 10 cases, and then I have to figure out like even just in like the month and a half I've been doing it, it's happened so many times, and it's gonna happen so many more times because that's just part. It's just part of it. How it's gonna work. Jobs. Oh, so it wants to check character at that exit. One string and 2 integers with argument. The integers. Oh, that one's actually pretty interesting because that one's actually something that's going to be usable. This is because this is another thing I like about MOC. Like MIT is really good. Don't get me wrong. The MIT Open Courseware program, like learning the lectures, like they definitely cover things in there and kind of like bring things that I like more. Like for instance, the MOOC I don't think does a good enough job of, at least in the beginning portion, because we're still in the first half of it, which is the introduction. I don't know if they'll cover it more in the advanced portion. We still have a decent ways to go before we get into their advanced portion. But I don't think they do a good enough job, especially on the functions, like kind of being like, hey, get used to writing comments and doc strings. Because one thing that's incredibly helped, it was really hard whenever I was doing like the given assignments because you kind of already know like what needs to be where. So it kind of felt redundant for me to have to like write out the comments. But as soon as I started working on my own personal side projects that I didn't have like a 1, 2, 3 step, you know, it was just me just figuring things out. I just started naturally writing comments and doc strings and whatever, and it was so useful for remembering what does what goes where, what I'm trying to do. Like this one, I just started developing a habit where at the very top, I just make comments of what I want to do for the rest of the code and stuff like that. And I think MOC, they don't, I guess it's because they're trying to focus on teaching people like the actual core basics, but I do like how in MIT's open courseware and the lectures, they do a pretty good job of like hammering, like they tend to repeat pretty often, like, hey, write doc strings, right? Comments, like say what you're doing. So, and they give examples, right? Like it's not like they don't just tell you, hey, write comments, and then they don't like give you an example. They don't like doc strings, right? Like they will continuously show you examples on like their exercises and stuff of like what you can write down. Like for instance, getting to the habit of saying this is an integer, this is a string. So that way, if you look at a function, I don't have to go all the way back to wherever it's getting called to figure out what I'm doing with it. Really good, really fantastic. I kind of wish MOSC covered that, which is why I suggest that if you want like free online stuff to do, look at both of them because they both do things really, really well and they kind of cover each other's like shortcomings. I like the like what I've done, which kind of I feel like is kind of like the best way to do it, is I got about halfway through the MIT Open Courseware one. It wasn't complete. It wasn't planned because I didn't learn about this until I was about halfway through the MIT one. But I started looking for other resources because I was getting a little annoyed with how the MIT one was kind of like jumping some steps here and there, in my opinion, and kind of focusing on certain things a little bit more than I thought they should. But they gave me a decent little grasp of the basics. And then on top of that, I was also working on a side project. But then I took this and it's been kind of like reaffirming the foundations. And they have like really good exercises for navigating through. I've also been like limiting myself to what they want. Because, for instance, I know how to do for loops and stuff. I use it in my side projects. They haven't really covered for loops in the MOSC where we're at. I don't know why. For loops are really good, but they just haven't. They everything we do, they ask for while loops, so I've just been kind of restricting myself to that. Honestly, it's been for the best because it's helped me realize that there was things I really didn't have like tied down with the while loops and stuff like that. So, but it's kind of like at least that's what works for me. Because I'm a very like I need to be doing things if I want to learn them kind of deal. Like I have a real hard time just looking at something. Well, actually, kind of depends on what it is, but there's something like this because like usually when it came to like working on cars, it was kind of just like, oh, that goes there, put it there, called it good. But definitely with computers, I was just like, I need to fiddle with computer. Well, learning. And I feel like the MOSC one definitely has a better spread of exercises for working along with what you're doing. They still have a couple random stuff like that has me just about ready to throw hands because they kind of like jump the gun a bit in some cases. Which some they just completely come out of nowhere. Like they introduced like the find operator, but then they expected you to use it in a way they didn't really like teach you how to use it like that, and I got a little fed up with it. I'm gonna eventually go back to like try to see if I can figure it out, but it was mildly annoying. I kind of like to be fair, even thinking about it now, I think I understand like how they wanted you to get it work, but I was still mildly annoyed because the find operator, at least in Python, stops at the first instance. But I kind of understand. I'm just gonna stop because I'm gonna go on a rant again. I think I've ranted like 4 times about that problem. Twice of which have been off stream because sometimes I just remember while I'm like doing something and I'm like throw spoon. Spring is spring. Who would have thought? Alright, so we need to make sure. Oh, this is one of the other things that's kind of tripped me up is English rules, like English writing rules. Like my brain goes, I want like this needs to like this line returns false is like what my brain is thinking, and so it wrote that out. But returns is not return. So oh, I guess technically it wouldn't. It could just be else, right? Translated to English source is two steps. That's a move. Yeah. Sometimes like I have a bit of an advantage because I came to the States when I was at a young age, so I've like dealt with English for a long time. So my brain kind of like thinks about it a bit in English first, but I've been as I got older, I went out of my way to speak more Spanish to kind of like remember. And I have times where it's just like, yeah, I translate. I have to do that where like for some reason my brain thinks of it in Spanish first, and I have to translate it to English, and then I have to like follow the English rules, or then I have to like be like, wait, that's in English. That's how it is in English. But wait, I can't write it like that in coding. I need to write it like this, and it's just like, yeah, I feel that. Doesn't happen too often, but I feel that. I can sympathize. It's if index one or index two are larger than the total length of the string, it'll just return false. And then if index one, if the character at index one equals the character at index two, it'll return true. Otherwise, it just returns false. That should cover everything. That should cover all of the parameters. What is coding for? Coding is, I almost said my real name. Coding is simplifying. Why am I typing programmer like 20 times when I can just write string? I've done this like every other time. I don't know why my brain just derped on this one. Okay, worked. Good. We'll try. good. One. Wait, no. No, yeah, 7 is here. Alright, it works. It works. I got multiple S in there. Oh. Either the first, the second, or the face. I say it wants us to use find operator to find the blank space. This is where it's funny because my brain goes like, I can just turn this into a list. Pretty sure. Uh, hmm. The first one's easy. It wants you to take a sentence. So it wants you to take. This is a variable that won't be in the function. That down there. It wants you to take this, and then it wants you to take the first, the second, and the last word. So the first and the second is pretty easy because you would just do you would print for the first word, you would print first word sentence. Oh wait, no, I have to write 3 different functions. Oh, Mello, if you just read the words, read the thing, you would still know. I mean, it's still a thing, right? So, like, for instance, for the first word, it would be just you would still use the find, right? It would be for sentence. It would print. You would go return sentence square bracket 0 colon uh sentence dot find blank +1. It should just be to blank because then it would return the I and the T and then do it. Then on this for the second letter, it would be or for the second word, it would be returns sentence square bracket sentence dot find empty space +1 colon to sentence square bracket. That work? So what I'm wondering is, will it work? I don't think it'll work. Not like in the same thing. Yeah. So basically, I just need to cut the string. Basically, it would be equals. Okay, that doesn't work. Because this is supposed to cut the it out of the sentence. Yeah. Oh, I think it's because I need to do +1. Okay, yeah, it's because I need to do the +1 because it's finding the blank space at the first one. So like that's what I was saying. The first two is really easy. The last word one is the one that's hard because it needs to work off of. Oh, actually, no, it's not at all. At least if what I'm thinking, if the epiphany I just had works, I didn't. Darn. Okay, never mind. That doesn't work. I was trying to see because like -1 starts at the end, right? So it starts at n. So I was trying to get it to go backwards and then print this out. But I don't think you can do that with find. I think find only goes left to right. Like a real kata. Oh, ABC, thank you. Follow. Do appreciate. Just trying to find out how to. I can just use the regular find operator. Let's see if I can find the. Like I know it has to deal with this. Like I basically for the last one, since what I'm thinking doesn't work, I just have to do a while loop so that way it keeps cutting the string until it hits a point where there's no more, and then it just returns that word. Like it just returns that string. Or something of like, wow. Yeah. And I think that would work like regardless if I take out Python. It should just return Stormy. Yeah. Alright, never mind. That's a lot easier than I was expecting. That was like 10 times easier than I was expecting. That's kind of the other like I feel like it's part of the frustration slash beauty of coding is that a lot of times like I have thought of stuff that's like way more complicated than what it needs to be. And then like when I look back on it, it's just like uh it's like, oh wow, the solution's actually like so simple. One thing you mentioned went back to Leviathan, so if you desperately need another dagger for Guild Wars, you can bust up 100 Leviathans. Well, I'll probably end up busting up 100 Leviathans, that's for sure. Uh, just I don't think I have a dagger. I think the only dagger I have is already like full limit breaked, but we'll see. Yeah, that's good to know though. Means I'll do some extra like backup requests alongside my daily three. So for first word, string the first user. On this one, it's literally just return. After finding the solution, I always feel so stupid for not realizing sooner. Yeah, agreed. But sometimes I just remind myself that I never would have found the solution if I didn't go through all the like loops. So I kind of just take it as a learning experience. But thanks for coming by. Have a good rest of the day. Oh, you know, Mello, if you probably properly wrote the function, probably work. Second. Okay, this one is Oh, setness. Sentence. Sentence. What day was stage of recruiting Eternal the Academy is set for February. Oh. Guess I'll have to do the story sooner rather than later. Cries. Sobs. I was hoping I could delay that for a while longer. I've been procrastinating that for like ever. Need to basically. And then this one, I'm not even going to try to rewrite it because I'm lazy. So then it should be print. 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 Last word. Sentence. And oh, I forgot to put Python back in when I was testing the last one, but it works. Yeah. That last word one was a lot easier than I was expecting. This is well, the reason I even like realized this is because this is what I'm thinking of doing for the other one. I don't know the squared one. I'll probably just have to wait till I get back to like that one's probably a visit like later kind of thing. But completely off tangent to what I was saying. Lyric, you think the I don't know. I don't remember when we talked about this. Oh wait, yeah, no, I think we did. I think you brought it up, right? We're trying to figure out whether they'll give us a gold brick or the special brick from the academy for the eternal. Speaking of, I need to remember to get enough friend points to buy the gold brick from the shop. I've been procrastinating on that too because I've just been soloing my fights. Yeah, this is what I was thinking, like doing this loop and then putting a well, basically it was like working through this. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, because I've been thinking about that a bit recently. I'm like, what if they do give us a gold brick? Like, what if Side Games decides to just give us 6 gold bricks? No, it'd be more than that, right? Because it'd be like one per. Yeah, there's no way that has to be like. To be honest, I don't even think it's gonna be one per eternal. I think it might just be like one per element. So they might just like, oh, I'm so curious. What if? What if? Hear me out. All right. What if they forego all of that and they just give us a fully built weapon or like a weapon that's like this like second to last stage, and then they like whoever like because I just realized that they might just give like almost a fully made weapon, or maybe just even give it fully. What if 10 bricks we could do? But I feel like if Granblue ever hit a day where they gave us 10 gold bricks to just do like no strings attached just for like through that, I think that'd be the sign that they're getting ready to shut the servers down. I don't think because like with how like I mean they've I wouldn't say they've been too tight with gold bricks, but you know it's still pretty decent thing when we're like oh shit gold brick because it's so you know friend point and I think mostly just like from events from streams and stuff that we get gold bricks right. Like I don't think they still hand those out too much. I do not think they'll give us like 10 bricks. I don't even think they'll give us 10 of the new ones. In all honesty, like I think they very well might just be like choose a weapon, like choose one of the Eternals, and then they give them like almost a fully like made weapon. Well, it'll either be that or it'll just give you a full limit, like just a fully built, like you know, just a 3-starred one that then the player can upgrade with giving you mats for it and stuff. I don't know. There's like so many different ways they could go with it that I'm just like, they could literally be like, here you go, and just rain gold bricks from the sky. Or they could just be like, well, here's the weapon. To be fair, if they gave like almost, actually, if they just gave you a free element changed weapon, I would be perfectly content. Like, I don't even care if it's like not even second and last step. That just saves me time for uncapping my Eternals. So I wouldn't even be mad. But you know, if they gave me an almost fully built weapon, that'd be even better because that'd be even cutting like just making the grind for full limit breaking non-existent for players who already have all their Eternals. Brush his shoulder. I like this. This was kind of fun. I'm gonna save this because this is a good example of find opera examples. This one's actually a really good one for that. Get the crystals for the weapon because 3,000 per and for all the 10 would just be another free 10. That's why I think that they might just give us the like they might just give you the weapon like almost fully upgraded. Like maybe like the last like 1 or 2 steps like you'll have to do yourself, so it'll be like 200 crystals or something. Because there's just too much important shit in that grind, right? Like it's a gold brick per and like 3,000 crystals. So it's why I've like now that I've realized I'm leaning towards more that it's probably just it might end up just being the weapon. Like they might just give you like a weapon that's like almost fully done. Just to skip past it all. So I don't know how that would work with CRO's like questline. I guess it doesn't really matter all that much. I don't know. Strike shoulders. All I want to know is that if it'll let me full limit break my other Eternals like ASAP. Like basically when it goes live. That's all I care to know. Oh, I guess I could test it. Oh, it worked for. See, that's what I'm talking about. They're so good at making things that make you be like, oh wait, that's not supposed to. which means it needs to have another catch here. How would I catch that? Because if I do +1, I mean, technically it would still return. Oh, actually, no, it won't even do it right that time. Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, so I had to give it a catch for in case it didn't find it. Okay. Yeah, see, I'm telling you, they're so good at like making things to like make you realize that something like, you're missing something. Because I was going to just skip it, the it was, but then I was like, oh, you know what? It's there. Let's just try it. And then it showed me that my code was bad. They're so good at that. Like that's why I like MOC. They're really good at that. Function only work correctly. But yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see. They definitely have a couple different ways to handle it. If they straight up just give you a free 100 pull from that, like that's insane though. Because you know who's got two thumbs and not gonna use it on Eternals? Yeah. Actually, that's a lie. Because element changing the weapon like 10 times, I think, still takes like 2,000 crystals. Oh no, that'd just be like 1,000 crystals. Yeah, no, I'd be chilling. Which is it gives a fully built weapon for everyone. Yeah, no, that's why I'm thinking it might be that because of the fact that just because like between the crystals and the gold brick, it's so expensive. Like there's just so many materials, right? Because like the last two upgrades alone take like because I'm looking at it now. I'd forgotten how much the cost was when it got higher. The last two steps alone is like 1,000 crystals. So at least like the I guess the whatchamacallit, the more realistic approach I'm thinking is maybe they'll give you like a step something at step 5 and then they'll give you like the special brick. But in all honesty, I think they should like considering that it's so late, right? Like you're going past chapter 172 in the story. Like that's so far into the story. that like I think the chances of them just giving you a fully built weapon that you just choose the element for, it might be a viable thing. Like it might be an actual uh possibility, which would be great, right? Because like you're saying, it's great for people that don't have the Eternals because they just get the Eternal, and then it's great for people who want to full limit break the Eternal because between that and the first weapon you made, you have all of the gold weapons you need. You just need to go get the silver, and you're good to go. Like so. Actually, to be honest, I'm more copiuming for that than I am for 10 gold bricks. I'd rather take that any day of the week. Means I can just continue focusing on getting the Cosmos weapons for uh for the Eternals. I was about to start, but we are in the final break time. Pretty good. Oh, a little slower today getting through because there's a lot of reading involved, more than there was typing, and I was trying to like read everything, and then we got stuck up on the spruce tree, Bruce, but pretty good. May now sleep. But yeah, I like potentially it could they one of two things will happen. It will either be something that we're all like, oh snap, that's fantastic. Or we're all gonna be like, why did you even do this? Why did you even do this? Personally want the bricks just to uncap another. Oh no, like realistically speaking, like if they give bricks out, like even if it's just one per element, I'm just holding on to those bricks and just using it on Zeta Spears whenever I get them finally. I just go primal fire, just get it done and over with. I have so many like I've already demo barred like plenty of like weapons for it. I'm just missing the Zeta Spears, so I got two Crimson Scales. I got my Lord of Flame. I just need my Zeta Spears, and I've got like everything else that like all my different niche stuffs like built out, ready to use. It's just I don't think realistically they're going to give like actual usable like just normal bricks out, like normal gold bricks. I'm pretty sure anything like if it's anything, it'll be the new like Terra whatever bricks they're called. But I find it hard to believe that after having just started the Tales of Eternal like series, they would give out like even just six of those. Because I honestly don't think it'll be every single Eternal. I think on elements that have two Eternals, it might make you choose one. Because I don't think they specified whether it's like because I was thinking they said that it's the next step is to recruit is for recruiting Eternals, but I don't think they specified if it was recruiting all of them. The wiki, pretty sure we can have it written down on the future update. February step A. Yeah, it just says we'll add a new step to Knickknack Academy, helping players recruit Eternals. But for that to be like, oh wait, actually we don't know that's step 8. It doesn't say if it's step 8. Well, actually no, they haven't. Well, they haven't labeled this step 8, but I feel like requiring you to clear chapter 172 of the story to then turn around and be like, here's something to get just a regular Eternal. Unless the Eternal rebalance, which is in the same month, actually makes the regular Eternals useful. Like, I don't know. Like, I just don't think that's going to work out very well. Or I don't think it'll be very well received. So I'm not sure. I'm actually just not sure. I guess we'll find out. I mean, technically, it's not that far off. both for light and earth. So even with one for element, it'll always be two for yeah. Like I still think like it'll be. I mean, if it's the weapon, like if they actually just give you a weapon, I think it might be like a pick one kind of scenario. But I think if it's just materials and maybe crystals, it might be enough for like all of them. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I feel like they have like 6 different ways they could do this. Special page for pro skips. I'm just looking through all the different stuff now because it reminded me that Shieldsworn gets its ultimate mastery on the anniversary, and then that's when we get the new like artifact things. I find it relatively interesting that it has 3 criteria for whether they can equip the artifact. Like they need to have the right element, style, and weapon specialty. Get the Genshin girl. Uh, uh. I'm really hoping that like it's not like that. Like I'm really hoping they've got like just set. Like it's there's no way it's more than like one of them. I refuse to believe they're bringing actual like relic sets over for artifacts. Like I think it's just a poor. Oh, it's just that it doesn't help that it's plural, right? Because apparently the translated like Japanese to English is artifacts. Uh, so I'm really hoping that it's not, and it's just like an extra thing where you just slot it in, and as long as the character fits all the, if it's like, for instance, wellness is what like attack, like fire attack, axe, just slot it in, it just gives you more attack buffs or something. We're dooming about that because it happened to be. I know, like honestly, I feel like that's such a poor. That's just a case of poor naming choice. Alrighty though. That's gonna be it for the day stream. We're gonna go say hi to Hasu. He's gamering in Valo. I'm gonna go figure out what's for dinner. I saw there was like chicken tenderloins on the on the stove. I'll probably just do that with whatever was left over from yesterday. But we'll be back tonight. Tonight will be more studying. We'll be ringing in the new year with knowledge gaining, or at least I will be. But yeah, thank you everybody for watching. I do appreciate it. It was a day for you. Have a good day. It was a day for you as well. Stay safe. Bye, Jay. Do you hope to see you again? The next one. Bye bye.